up, dude. You knew you would answer to some shit like that. That's fucked up.
I was set up.
That is so funny.
I'll be back later, guys.
Okay, I'll pray for all your sins.
I pray for your dad, hoping that he actually loves you.
So let me ask you guys this, right? Because we focused on like the type of gun and the intent of the rule, but like I think one of the things that gets left out a lot when we talk about Second Amendment is the militia part, right? This is about having not some dude with a stockpile in his basement. This is about having a well-organized
and everybody else. But I think it's they're going after Chiefs, man. I really do. It's not so much the guns. But yeah, it's if you look into like the lobby, like these people, bro, they're cut just like we're cut, man. Everything, man, and it's sad because it's like I can't believe that lady. She wore that perfect twice. I mean, that's kind of polarized the whole, and that was.
I don't believe who the Germans.
Yeah, the Nazis.
No, I don't believe they were the bad guys. But one thing don't got nothing to do with the other. They can still have for the reasons why they were upset at the Jewish population at the time of German from bringing in the pornography and homosexuality and all those things, usuries. Still doesn't change the fact that he what's the word I'm looking for? He started committing atrocities against them.
No, there's no proof for that.
There's proof of it, brother. Absolutely. There's just not proof. There's just not proof. There's just not proof that he killed 6 million of them.
There's the same proof that you have against him is the same proof that they have against Hamas.
I don't understand.
So whatever proof that you're saying is true, they have that same proof for Hamas. Why can't then Hamas killed 40 babies?
But they don't have any proof of that at all.
Okay, they don't have proof that they killed 1 million Jews.
Oh, there is proof that 1 million, hundreds of thousands. There is, brother. There literally is, though.
What is the proof?
The proof is of the people. Once again, the Jewish population in Germany.
Yeah.
Not only testimonies, but the Jewish
laws. The Nuremberg laws, you can't deny it.
Yeah.
They exist.
Okay.
The concentration camps,
the Nuremberg trials, they literally tortured Germans. They would squish their balls and make them confess.
I'm not talking about the trials. I'm talking about the laws that they passed in Germany against Jews, or the ones if your father or your mother is Jewish or whatever.
And not only that, like I said, even if we just use the video evidence that we have from World War II and there literally is. What do you mean? You see mass graves.
No video.
Of course, there's videos of World War II of mass graves.
Yeah, for soldiers.
No, not only for soldiers. It's not true.
I agree. I agree with you. There's no evidence of like the whole chambers and the whole soap.
Yeah, but I agree. But I agree with that. I agree with that. What he's trying to argue me, he thinks no Jews were killed.
I didn't say no.
Everybody was killed.
Everybody got
ridiculous.
There's Polish, English, French, Germans. Everybody was done.
Yes, we already agreed to it. No, we're trying to talk about this. We're not.
There was no death camps for a final solution for Jews. There's no systematic extermination of Jews.
What do you mean by that, man?
There was no Holocaust.
I won't go that far.
That all depends on how you interpret it. See, I kind of agree.
I agree. I don't agree 6 million, but
yeah. See, that's what I agree with. But I also see is how you define things. When you say there wasn't a systematic of just kill them, that's true. It's true, but not true because once again, yes, if they weren't just all getting massacred, that's why they had the slave labor camps. That's why they were laborers. They did this. They weren't just executing all of them. I agree with that. It still don't change the fact that many of them, due to starvation and through the slave labor, a lot of them were dying.
Germans died. Everybody died from starvation. How many Russians? 20 million Russians died.
Once again, you keep going to things we agree about. We're talking about the things we disagree.
There was no they didn't try to starve the Jews though.
They did starve Jews.
They didn't try.
Were there specific policies? Were there specific policies that targeted Jews? Yes, there were.
They starved because it's a war. Everybody's starving.
Bro, it's not like that. If it was just a war and these people, like, they got bombed and whatever, that's fine. But they were literally gathered around. They were literally hunted down and gathered and put in
If anything,
concentration camps.
they were being.
And there were mass executions. They did mass
Absolutely, there was. I just don't think there was 6 million of them, like a lot of people don't.
Maybe there could have been a rogue officer who executed his prisoners.
No, there are mass
but it was
graves.
not a-
Mass graves do exist. They
Bro,
do.
I'm about to
Just
say-
not 6 million.
I used to have those videos when I was a kid. My father had a whole,
Yeah,
like,
I would
from
say
Life magazine and all that. Like, they're definitely video documentary of mass graves, my brother.
I would
of
say
people.
200.
Absolutely, there is.
Yeah, and then you don't know if they're Polish. You don't know if they're.
No, I get that. I already told you. I agree. I don't believe 6 million Jews were killed. I don't.
I believe Jews.
I
were
think
killed.
about 6 to
Like
7 million
200.
people were killed in general, just in totality. I don't believe this 15 million or 12 million number that they talk about.
I would say 270K.
No, because way more than
At
that.
most.
You got to remember, he was killing a lot of people all over Europe, bro.
Okay, everybody was.
It's not just one place. It wasn't just Germany.
I didn't say it was just in Germany.
I know that, but this is what I mean. So how can you? Where are you getting
I'm
this?
not saying that-
Where are you
I'm
getting
saying
this
it's not
number
a
in your
million.
mind? Do you think it could have only been 100 or 200,000 then?
Okay, why do you have it in your mind that it's more?
Because of all of the countries that they invaded, and you just think, if you look at the
So they were
numbers,
killing Jews
hold on.
everywhere they
If you
went.
think of the numbers of the population of each of those countries, of how many Jews were in them, you could come up to the conclusion that he probably roughly killed maybe 1 million of those bastards.
In Europe, there's only 6 million Jews. There's no proof that 1 million.
So I've looked into this. I've actually looked into this. So before
yeah, if you
World
want-
War II,
Yeah.
you have 10 million. Like, if we're just gonna go based on the official records, we're going 10 million total Jews in World War II. Now, before the initiation of World War II. Now, of those 10 million Jews, this is where a lot of people don't understand, and only I recently just figured this out. All those 10 million are not Ashkenazis. So only like 7 million of those were actually Ashkenazi. So you have like 3 million who are just Europeans. They're not necessarily Ashkenazi. They're just religiously, so like a German Jew or a British
Polish
Jew or a French. Yeah, so there's a difference. There's a distinction. And they get away with this. So they take the Ashkenaz, they take not only, they're claiming the whole number. So that alone should deserve a pause. Now, is Hitler going around and hunting people down because of their religious affiliation? No, that's not what's happening. So he's hunting down the Ashkenaz. That's what he wants. He wants to get rid of the Ashkenaz. Why? Well, you see them mainly huddled up in ghettos and shit like that. Like, they're not productive and they're just dead weight, and they're a nation in a nation. Makes sense. So people don't know about that, the whole 7 million, 10 million Ashkenaz versus Jews. They don't know that. And they intentionally conflate these things because they want you to make it, this is where that whole ethnicity bullshit comes from. So Jew being a Jew is an ethnicity. No, what it is actually Ashkenazi. So their ethnicity is Ashkenaz. Jew is the religion. Hitler wasn't going after the religion. He didn't care about your religious affiliate.
Basically, my point to bring Muslims aware, like, they don't have to hate Hitler. They don't have to believe the narratives against Hitler. He was not an enemy to the Muslim world. As a matter of fact, our grandfathers, they fought with Hitler against the British. So when we're American, we watched all the World War II, Saving Private Ryan, all history class. We got taught to honor the grandfathers of the Americans. We should be honoring our own grandfathers. And we should support their struggle.
Hitler wasn't an ally, just to like help you understand. I remember. Palestine. I might not have supported like a Jewish state in Palestine, but nevertheless supported immigration to Palestine. Helped
I get it. I get that was bad, but he still fought the British.
And the clown betrayed the whole imam, or the mufti. Like, the mufti was like, help us and arm us and we'll fight with...
How did he betray?
He didn't arm us. He used the Muslims that went and like wanted the training of the Nazis to like fight against the British. He used them and he put us in different theaters, not the theaters that are meant to be like in the Middle East or against the British.
Like, what do you mean? Like, which battalions that he didn't? Which groups did he not arm?
No, he armed, but he used them for different theaters, like the whole SS, the whole Muslim SS, and the Albanians. Yeah. He didn't use them for the theaters that were intended, like even the Arabs that went and like to train. He didn't use us for the theaters that were meant, like in Africa or in.
Well, I mean that's understandable. I mean he used them, the Bosnian brigade. He used them in Europe, right? There's nothing really wrong with that. It's the same war effort.
There were Arabs too. The whole notion Mufti would, but he didn't work with us properly.
He did. I mean, look, in Somalia, he helped the Somalis in Somalia when we were fighting the British over there. Like, we had German. I'm pretty sure we had German help, and we were allied with them. Yes, there's multiple theaters. You know, there's the East African theater and stuff, but it's all one war effort. You know, as long as he's fighting the British and the French, he destroyed their empires, and then he freed the Muslim world.
I didn't free shit, man. They were still in the Middle East, and
after World War I, we were all every country, including Germany, were enslaved by them. Right? He took us out of that.
Man, forget about the Jews. I don't like the Jews either, but like what Hitler did, just forget about like the Jews for a second, like the whole campaign and Operation Barbarossa, and like what happened in Russia's not a crime against humanity. This was straight up like humanity meant nothing, like a complete degradation of humanity.
Where was that again?
Oh, Soviet Union. The invasion of the Soviets.
That was a mistake. That was just an attack. That was a grave error. But I mean, is he a bad guy for invading Russia? I mean, Russia, they were communists. That had to have happened at one point. He probably got tricked into being overconfident to thinking he can fight him on two fronts. But it was inevitable.
One, he didn't listen to his generals, so it didn't have to be that bad. Actually, they could have won it if he just listened to his generals. And then he took some of the guys who were like telling him like, forgot the names. But he put them in different fronts, and it was too late by then. And not only that, but he got stubborn. Like at this point, like, hey, Hitler, like, bro, we hit him. But, it's not really working out. Supply lines, the logistics, we're getting pushed by the winter is coming. Let's get out of here. Nope. Like, put it in his head, like, knocked horns with Stalin. And millions of people were wiped out in no time, like 2 months we're talking about. Just a huge meat grinder of human beings that no human being should have, like seriously, when I look into like some of the stuff that happened, it's horrible, man. There's not something humanity should never forgive itself.
Are you saying he shouldn't have ever invaded the Communist Union?
Invading is one thing, and going to war is one thing, but then there is the human casualty count. Like, at what point do you go pause? You know what? No. There is a human moral issue here, and like, no, even if it means I can go and invade and take over and even guarantee victory, if it comes at the cost of like 2-3 million people, like, is it worth it? Is it something that one should engage in? I believe not. I'm against that.
One second.
It was horrible, man. It was a meat grinder. Really bad.
So basically, like, I understand that, but I'm just saying, let's not take away from the fact that he crippled the colonial empires for us. We wouldn't be able to do that without him. and it
My bro.
supported liberation movements.
That was the worst. All of World War II was a game compared to what happened in like Stalingrad. All of that is a picnic in the park. It was horrible. Like seriously, I didn't know as much. Like looking into it recently, it's something. Like I said, humanity should not forgive itself for allowing this to happen.
Wait, so are you Muslim, right?
Yeah.
But isn't it good that he fucked up the British and the French?
He's just as bad. Acting like he's better than the British or the French. How do you know? How do you know that Hitler, right after, like, let's assume he succeeded in Barbarossa in the Soviet Union, how do you know this guy wouldn't have just colonized all of us, too? Just took over all the Middle East and North Africa?
I disagree. I disagree. I disagree to your theory.
Colonies.
I disagree because you guys don't understand German. I heard his original speech. He said, leave the English to the England, French to the France, and the American to Americans. He didn't want to have it all. He just wanted to have his country free from the Jews and from the slavery of Jews. Do you understand? No, it's wrong because you don't understand German. You know, these deep state, they can tell any kind of fuckery. I'm sorry, but I heard his speech. You're wrong. He didn't want it to have France and England, or he didn't want it to have it.
About France and England. We're talking about Middle East and North Africa. And
yeah, he didn't want it to have it. And you know, when Roosevelt wrote him a letter, and he said to Hitler, "Oh, please don't invade," and he mentioned about 25 roughly countries, including Palestine. When they listed all the countries, neighboring countries, a bit also further outside Europe. The whole Congress, they were laughing because they find that ridiculous, you know, from that they want to all this criticism in this thing. Look how stupid those fucking Jews are.
She's right about that.
Yes,
I listened to Hitler's.
I'm really sorry, but you don't understand German, so they can tell you.
Understand German. We have translations. We understand just fine.
Well, I'm happy listening.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Anyways, let me. On that note, I listened to Hitler's speeches as well, and he said that he named all the Muslim countries. He said, "These people, we don't want nothing from them," and the bastards that he fought, and the Jews. That's all. He doesn't want anything from us. He only wanted to free us. He said that he didn't start the war to conquer the world, but to free it.
Propaganda,
exactly
bro. Hitler, but like I said, propaganda.
I mean, you can say it's propaganda that he wanted to take over and conquer the world, I guess.
But yeah, my enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm with you, but like the casualties that he committed it's barbaric.
They were very necessary.
No, it wasn't necessary. No,
it wasn't necessary to.
It was stubbornness. So, you know, Stalingrad was just stubbornness, bro.
Okay, forget about the Soviets. The casualties he inflicted on the British and the French and the Americans, that was completely necessary for the freedom of the Muslims.
He knocked the French out. As for the British, he could have focused on the British before going with the Soviet Union, sidelining them first. Yeah. He played it wrong, man. The United States.
Okay, but just him trying to play it freed the whole Muslim world.
Freed what, bro?
It freed the British and all the French-British colonies.
The Allies won. The colonies continued. It wasn't until after.
Yeah, it was okay. Look,
the French remained in Algeria. How long? When did the French leave Algeria?
The British want to take over the world. They have been conquering and colonizing everywhere, not the Germans.
So the British and the French, they were kicked. The British and the French.
Reinhard, the Germans controlled France while Algeria was a colony. Did they go and say, "Hey, leave the Algerians alone and yalla pull your shit out of Algeria"? No, he didn't.
under Vichy French, obviously he's going to try to benefit from if he's taking
That
revenue
tells
from
you
the
who
French.
he is.
Hold on, if he's taking revenue, it doesn't. Look, if Algeria is part of the French Empire, right, and now he's taking the French Empire's revenues, he needs the Algerian revenue as well.
He doesn't know
So he
this
can
is a
sustain
colonial
the war
state.
effort.
Does he not know?
Yes, he knows, and it's a colonial
Right.
state. It's still underneath the French, and he's taking the French's revenue. That's why he's collecting the colonial revenue as well.
Yeah, so he's not
And it's
here
just
to
a stable
liberate
war.
us.
He needed that to keep fighting the remnant French and the British and Americans. And besides, look,
Talking about
after
less
the
than
war-
a year, man. Battle of Stalingrad. This is just
But-
Stalingrad alone. Less than a year. 2.1 million humans gone.
forget about it. And they're all
Forget about it. It's easy for you to say forget about it.
they were our humans.
No, that's not how we think about things, man. That's not how Muslims think about things.
Of course it is.
No, we're not like them.
Okay,
It's not a
but
meat
we
grinder
didn't
thing.
do it. We didn't do it though. But we still needed him. If we can save all those lives in Stalingrad, if we can kill baby Hitler, that would not help the Muslims. To cease all those casualties, it would not help us.
I would say the World War I and World War II are repercussions of Muslims not finishing the job when it came down to the West, so taking on Rome or Vienna and taking on bringing the church down and spreading Islam throughout Western Europe, Northern Europe. That's
The
where we
Ottomans were
failed.
stopped at Vienna. We were stopped at Vienna.
Yeah, just because we were stopped doesn't mean we don't continue. And that's the thing, we didn't continue.
We were not able to because they had colonies and they became so strong.
No, this is before. We just didn't compete with them when it came down to the industrial age and the Enlightenment, and then once the whole
We had a lot
discoveries
of
of the
debt.
New
So you know
World.
why? Because the Ottoman Empire had a lot of debt. Where did that debt come from? Most likely Jews.
That the Ottoman Empire borrowed money from Western states. That's the biggest problem.
exactly.
And so they engaged in usury, unfortunately.
Exactly.
So
So
it does
that's
not
what
have to
got
do
them.
with the Jews specifically.
I mean, the Jews have all the transnational banks.
So no, sure, the Jews engage in usury doesn't mean that's an excuse for you to engage in usury or for.
I'm just saying the Ottomans, they got weakened by usury.
Yeah, they didn't keep up with the industrial age and then the discoveries of the New World and then the whole going around Africa. So it's like they didn't
And then
keep up.
And we had to rely on the benevolence of the Germans.
You need to stop sucking up to Germans.
But we still did. So who got ready? So in World War I, the Germans, they industrialized the Ottoman Empire. They helped them industrialize. They helped arm us. They made railroads all across the Middle East for us.
And we fought, and at
we
the end
helped
of the
them
day,
out.
that
We
it
helped them
didn't
out
work
as
out.
being an ally. We helped them out by collaborating with them, by joining in.
They wanted us to take on the Russian Empire, and that's what the Ottoman Empire main threat was. The Russian Empire. That was the threat to the whole, even Europe. The Russians are the biggest threat because the Russians at the time and what was happening and the Tsar. You got to ask yourself, why are they calling themselves like the Tsar? Why is he calling himself Caesar?
Yeah,
because the Russian Empire at the time saw itself as like Rome, number 3. Like to them, they wanted to take Constantinople. They weren't going to stop until Constantinople was theirs, and then you were going to see a revival of like the Byzantine Empire, like a 3.0. So that was the problem. But what happened was that the Tsar guy was so nuts. They kept on dumping bodies to the point like the people got like so impoverished, and you had that, and then you had the whole Bolshevik Revolution, and then what came out of that Soviet Union, which is practically Rome, just without the whole Christianity, so atheism. So the threat did happen. It did manifest, just manifested without the whole Christian theme.
But my point is, the Germans, they did right by us Muslims. in both world wars. We wouldn't be free without that.
How are we free? You keep saying free.
So like after World War II, we were all colonies, right? So because their empires were crippled, they didn't have the manpower to.
We continued to be colonies, man.
So they didn't have the manpower to directly oversee the colonies. They didn't have the money to do it, so they had to relinquish the colonies. You know, they do neo-colonialism, but they had to give us autonomy to do that, so they can like do deals with puppet leaders or like do corrupt deals. They still had to give us sovereignty and autonomy. And after that, that's why we had the rises of dictator states like Saddam Hussein and Assad and stuff. Even in Somalia, we had a dictator regime. These were all successful. Even Libya, Gaddafi, they're all successful regimes that came after World War II. So that was freedom. But let me evolve the topic. So, hey, Frida. So who knows CARE, the organization in America? Ludwig, do you have a question? You can come up. I'm certainly not getting my information from Jewish textbooks and Jewish history fairy tales.
I kind of agree with you. Like, it was the English that were colonized and taken over, but you're not afraid of that. But the possibility that Hitler would take all the countries, like, which he didn't want it to, is absolutely pathetic.
Hey, Ludwig, come up if you have a question. I'm definitely not getting my information from Jewish fairy tales.
Well done.
The history books.
Well done, well done, well done, well done.
I need to speak to an American. Frida.
To be honest, I don't really know much about this topic, so I just want to be listening.
Yeah, just listen to what I'm saying. Do you know the CARE? Do you know the organization in America called CARE? It's a Muslim organization.
No, I haven't heard of them.
So it's like the biggest Muslim organization that advocates rights and all that stuff. Like an advocacy group, they have a bunch of. But yeah, it's a big organization. In my picture, you can see the director of CARE, the head director, and she's with all her staff, and all the other Muslim organizations are there as well. They're at a protest. They're at a protest for immigrants. Umar Suleiman is also there. In the picture, you can see the head director of CARE and all by LGBT priests, women LGBT priests, and Umar Suleiman is standing right next to the priest in the picture. It's all on video. I screenshotted the picture. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand? The Muslim organizations in America, they're allied with the left, and they're allied with the Jews, basically, because the Jews, they run the whole left. The Jews are running the pro-immigration, they're running the pro-LGBT, they're running the everything about the left. So this is the Muslims, this is what they're doing.
That's disgusting, isn't it? How can you ever be? That's vile. And we're not doing with the you know, but in the eyes of the Jews, they have been considered goyim. right?
Mm-hmm.
They
Of
don't
course.
care. They wouldn't kill. They would kill them either way.
So let me enlighten
Even the
you.
best boys should be killed.
So Farida, so why is this the way? So let me explain. So the Jews back in the day, before the 1950s and shit, the 1960s, before the Jews, they didn't have rights. They used to be discriminated against. So they came up with the civil rights movement. They funded the civil rights movement and they directed the black people to fight, and they taught them to protest and shit. So they wanted equal rights for all so they can get rights. That's one thing. Number two, the Jews, they also made the immigration acts and the immigration laws that are in Europe and in America, and they funded that. Because before, it was hard for Jews to get immigration into America from Poland and stuff. And also, the Jews, they weren't considered white in America and in Europe. It wasn't until they brought all the brown people like us, that's when the Jews became considered white. So basically, we're here to distract white people from the Jews. That's why they brought us, and we're here to fight them. We're here to fight the white people on behalf of the Jews. We're like their army. So why do you think right now in the West, and you know who stands to benefit the most? The Jews. 200 years ago, they've been writing about this. There's 18th century writings of Jewish intellectuals saying that they want to make a mixed race society in Europe so that they will become the only intelligent people and they'll rule over.
I know it's in the agenda 2021, I think. Yes, I know. I'm aware. We were aware of it.
So if I don't know if like Muslims, they're a large immigrant population in Europe, and they think that it's a good idea. I don't know. Somehow they think that they're going to come out fine. That they think that they're what? Do they think that they're going to make Europe all Muslim? We're probably going to die before that happens. That the white people are going to rise up and try to get their country back, get their land back. But that's what the Jews are planning. They want us to die for them. So the Jews,
it's in the plan.
Muslims,
they don't want
by Jews, and no hope.
The Jews, they're against nationalism, and they want to live in the West devoid of any nationalism. That's why they brought in all these immigrants, and they created this climate. So whenever we advocate for immigration, we're not helping ourselves. We're helping the Jews consolidate full control over the West. So that means they'll never be able to have a nationalist movement like the Nazis, where they kick out all the Jews. That can never happen if all the land is black people and Mexicans and Indians. If white people, they lose their country to the immigrants, then the Jews will rule forever. There will never be a Hitler to save us again. That's why immigration, I'm against it. And when the white nationalists, when they want to kick out other races, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's too bad, man. It's too late, bro. It's too late.
Trying to divert people's energy, those that matter, and onto us instead. There's white people that understand that, and they don't want to fight Muslims.
How are Muslims brainwashed by the Jews? Do you guys believe in the Bible?
Give me a second, guys. Frida, you understand what I've been talking about? And talking about
Yeah, you helped me know more about this organization. I didn't know.
You don't want to hear
about
no
any
more?
people. No, you can continue. It's fine.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Get the jacket. You got any feedback for me? Any questions? You want to conversate? Oh. Frida, what are you even doing?
Yeah, to be honest, I can't think of any questions at the moment.
So basically, look, the Jews that they use immigrants. They're the ones that brought him, gave us our rights, and the only reason we're here is to fight white people and distract white people from Jews. Otherwise, the white people, they'd be against the Jews, and they wouldn't let the Jews have all this power. You understand? So the reason why white people are not against Jews is because of us, because they're distracted by us. And we help the Jews, and we work under them, under the left. Like with Care, you see how in my picture she's getting baptized? There's a Jew directing them. And Umar Suleiman, you see, and Umar Suleiman was watching all these Muslims get baptized. So the Muslims, we're brainwashed by the Jews, and the Jews, we're controlled by the Jews, wallah. And there's no hope for us, because we're literally working for the Jews. How is there hope for us? You get it? Frida, do you get it? Like, there's no hope for the Muslims because we're working for the Jews, literally, as immigrants.
Yeah, I think this is all like really like complex.
Yeah, it's complex. I've studied this for years. You should listen to Nick Fuentes and Daniel Hakikatu. Rashid, come up. you guys come up. You're just... Okay. So, there's in America right now, there's a faction of white people that they don't want to go to war with Muslims anymore, that they recognize that Muslims are not their enemy and all the propaganda since 9/11 is wrong. They even understand that 9/11 was a false flag attack. They say Muslims didn't do 9/11. They say it's Jews. They understand that the Jews, that they have all the banks, they have Hollywood, they have the news, and they make everybody's life hard, and they control everything, and they want to purge them from power. This is a nationalist movement. It's similar to Hitler, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Muslims, we shouldn't be afraid of that. We should help that. We see the Jews, we see what they do. They make propaganda against Muslims so they can get support from the Christians to go to war with us. Why don't we flip that on them? Why don't we make propaganda and support propaganda against the Jews, and we make the Christians go to war with the Jews? Right? Doesn't that sound better? What if I told you that we can literally do that right now, and there's an opportunity for us to do that? And there's white Christians that's what they're on. All we have to do is support them. See what I'm saying? If we support these white nationalists, they'll do all our work for us. They'll take out the Jews. Everybody will have a good life after that. They're going to stop the wars on the Muslim countries. If they can take over America, then they can stop all the wars. So that's why I support these people.
وهذاك يتعنبوا على عادي هذاك يتعنبوا على فينا إذا باللي سكران هادي وهذاك كيتعنب كيشي كيتعنب هادي ما كنلقاهم دايرين بها كيتعنب.
Hey bro.
فريدة سميتها فريد واش دري ما مغرب مغربية ما عرفتش واش مغربية ولا ما
English.
المهم ديما سكرانة.
Can you stop like talking about me, Yasin, like, and stick to the topic?
Like you are
Hey, I'm gonna kick you, bro. We're talking about Jews.
Jews or Jesus or Jewish?
Yehud.
Jews. Okay. Jews, they really cook Palestine. They did very good.
I don't want to kick you, bro, but don't drop the IQ levels of this room, please.
Okay. Well, tell me, don't you think Palestine deserve what they got?
Do they deserve what they got? Not necessarily. Is it because of the Muslims? Is it our fault? Yeah.
Not. So I really respect the title of this room. Muslims are so brainwashed by Jews. No hope. Absolutely, that's true. Actually, not only by the Jews, by Americans too. By the capital.
Yeah, but Americans, all the brainwashing that America is coming from the Jews.
Absolutely.
So who are the Americans that are brainwashing? It's the Jews, Jewish Americans.
Jews, yeah. I heard that the majority of the Congress members are Jews. Is that right?
They're not Jews, but they work for the Jews.
They work for the Jews.
Even Ilhan Umar works for the Jews.
Jesus Christ.
No, you know Ilhan Umar?
It's a mayor, right? And
no,
a state.
She's a Somali congresswoman from Minneapolis in America.
And she works for the Jews.
Yeah, I think I'm in when. Are you Somali? Are you Arab? What are you?
I'm Moroccan.
You're Moroccan.
Yeah.
Hey, but anyways, Farida, so you know Ilhan Omar, right? Farida, you know Ilhan Omar? Ilhan Omar, she works for the Jews. She's married to a Jew. Right when she got into office, she cheated on her Muslim husband with her Jewish aid, her Democrat, and then she married.
Farid.
Hey, we're not talking about Farida. We're talking about Jews.
Is she here?
No.
Oh, and who are you talking to, man?
Hey, man, we're not talking about Farida, bro. I'm gonna kick you.
But who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Jews. I'm talking about Jews. She's not talking. She's only listening.
Okay, do you think like we Muslims are being brainwashed by the Jews?
Yeah, just listen. So Ilhan Omar, how does she work for Jews? She works to generate maximum animosity for Muslims and Somalis. So she makes every day she makes anti-white statements. She said that America doesn't belong to white people, but it belongs to all the black and brown people of the world. That anybody that wants to come here, that's who it belongs to. It doesn't belong to white people. So that's obviously going to make white people mad. So that's unnecessary. That's a retarded, and it's a false statement. The land belongs to white people. We got sent here we're accepted here as guests, and it's retarded to overstate our bounds, and that's why Somali hate is trending right now, is because of Ilhan Omar. Otherwise, there would be no Somali hate right now, because Somalis are the smallest immigrant population. We're basically nothing. The immigrants that are going to take over this land is Hispanics and Indians and Asians. So it's a waste of resources and energy to prioritize Somalis or Muslims over any other over these larger immigrant groups. But the reason why that they are is because the Jews they're trying to divert attention from themselves and also these larger immigrant groups who the Jews are using to take over the West. So they're
using the Indians, isn't it? They're using the Indians to basically.
Well, so how is Trump? So it's a contradiction. Trump is talking about 0.5% of the population Somalis, right? I'll get them out. But he's saying that he's going to bring millions of Indians over to steal our jobs as H-1B with their scam credentials too. And he says he's going to staple green cards to their diplomas. So why is he bringing Indians to take all the tech jobs? These are the first people that need to go, Walai. We need to be against Indian immigration because I want a fucking red apple instead of these bastards. So that's why the only reason why Somali hate is trending is to distract from Indians and Hispanics and to distract from Jews. Because the public discourse for the last year was against Israel. Even amongst the conservatives, they're against Jews now. Like that's what's becoming popular. And they want to stop that and and that's why they're, even before the Somalis, they were doing a lot of propaganda against Muslims. So that's who they want to distract them with the smallest, with the non-threat. But people like Nick Fuentes, these are smart people. They went out and said the whole campaign against Muslims and Somalis is a Jewish distraction. These guys are not a demographic threat. These guys are insignificant. They're nothing.
Actually, you mentioned Somalis. Did you mention Somalis?
Yeah, when they he did. He said that he defended us like he didn't defend us as most to say that we belong in this country, but no, he's saying that to focus on us is a distraction. It's retarded. That we're not a problem in this country.
It's a literal distraction from the Epstein files, bro.
From not just the Epstein files, but also the Jews. So white nationalism is rising in the West, right?
Sorry.
And for the past year, the white nationalists have been focusing all their energy against Israel, and they've been dismantling Zionist support in conservatives, right? So when they've seen all that, the conservatives, their support is going down for Zionism, and the conservatives are focused on Israel, they need the conservatives to focus on Muslims instead. So that's why they're bringing up Somalis and stuff. And it's ironic that they're not using Hispanics because the Jews are using Hispanics themselves. to take over the West.
Yeah, they say, oh, the Muslim invasion, but really it's the Christian invasion.
There is no Muslim invasion.
It's all Mexicans.
Exactly, there is no Muslim invasion in America. It's a Hispanic and Asian and Indian invasion. Why aren't they talking about that? Why isn't Trump talking about that? Instead, Trump is saying he's bringing more. Instead, Trump
is cozied up with the Indians. That's why, bro.
Yeah, you know, when the reporters they're pressing Trump, why are you bringing Indians to take all of our jobs? And Trump said, because we need the talent. You know, we need these people because we need to bring talent over from there. And then the reporter said, don't we have talent? Don't Americans have the talent? Why do we need them? Trump said, no, you guys, we don't have the talent. He said, Americans flat out, we don't have the talent. But these Indians have it. That's fucking a lie. That's retarded. Obviously, they just want cheap labor. These Indians, they don't even know how to code. They're using AI. They're cheating. All they do is scam. You get it? So when Trump is not a nationalist. He's not even deporting people. He's not deporting Hispanics like he should. He should have already deported like 100,000, but he only like has done 10,000, and that's like super tiny low. Because they need to get 30 million.
If he leaves power, he'll get prosecuted.
Who knows? Like probably no, he won't, because he's part of the establishment. So you know who Nick Fuentes is, bro?
Yeah, I know who Nick Fuentes is.
Yeah, well, like that guy's a hero. Well, I vouch for him.
Nah, don't.
So Muslims are afraid. What's bad about
he's basically Nick Fuentes, my bro. What'd you say? He has some standards to the extent, but it's flippy floppy, apparently. And also,
he said what?
He has his standards. He goes by the opposite. You get me?
What do you mean?
Also, he's flippy floppy sometimes. Like he says, I'm not racist. Sometimes he says, I'm this, but then he says some racist shit. Like if he was real, he would say I'm racist.
Bro, he'll say he's not a racist. He says he's a race realist. There's a difference. He's as racist as you are.
I rate him for being true. Like, get me, what I say, not having no filter. Like, he wouldn't stand.
He's not racist like Jim Crow.
Recently, what happened was one of these far right wing guys. They got slapped, bro, in the face. But everybody talking about, we need them to come out, this, that. But then if a guy slaps you in the face, bro, you're doing nothing. That shows something, right?
Yeah, the far right, they never slapped us in the face.
No, not the far right. A Jewish guy slapped one of Nick Fuentes' like minions and that. This guy called Valerium and another guy.
So what?
Slapped in the face, and then Nick Fuentes was there. Bro.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
They won't die by their, what you call
if someone's he is, bro. You know Nick Fuentes,
they won't defend themselves.
Yeah, they will. They are. Yeah, bro. But I don't know what you think how it should translate, but they're doing it in the smart way, basically. They're doing it.
They're not pro-Muslim though. My whole point is they are definitely not pro-Muslim.
They're not anti-Muslim. They don't have to be pro-Muslim. They're not anti-Muslim.
They are anti. Listen, these guys are anti. They're calling out the only people that's pro-Muslim are Muslims. First of all. 100%.
You can't expect them to be pro-Muslim. You want them to be Sharia pro.
No, but they have their own.
So what are you asking?
They say, Muslim is an Arabic religion. It's from the Middle East. This is as if Jesus isn't from the Middle East himself.
Okay.
The other one's there.
Well, he's saying it's not a Western religion though. It's not a Western religion, and it shouldn't have roots. And we don't need to do da'wah in the West. We don't need to know.
Where does the West start though? Because there's Chechens that are Muslims, there's Dagestanis that are Muslims, there's Bosnians that are Muslims.
It stops in Bosnia.
Albanians that are Muslims. One of the biggest sheikhs, West Albani.
Okay, but it's not in regular proper Europe. You know
Bukhari is from Bukhara.
That's like Eastern Europe, bro. Not regular proper Europe.
Spain was a Muslim country historically.
The Balkans. That's the Balkans, bro. The Balkans.
But Spain was a Muslim country.
The Ottomans had the Balkans. Spain is not a Muslim country anymore since 1492.
It still has roots. Like Islam still has roots in the West.
It doesn't have roots because we conquered it and we were there for 800 years and we got kicked out from the native population. The native population kicked us out. So either way,
anyways, man, the world.
Either way, we don't need to claim it. Anyways, bro. At the end of the day, we don't have no claim.
America, though, listen. America, for example, America, these guys are immigrants themselves. Like, they can't think about immigrants.
They're settlers. They're not immigrants. They're settlers.
What's a settler?
So they just like Somalis, how we settled the Ogaden and the NFD and the Jubaland. Before Juba, we were all in Wahoy. We were all in Somaliland, and we settled and we took out the Bantus and the Oromos in Jubaland and in Ogaden, and that's how we got Somaliland. That's just how it goes sometimes. In America, they...
Yeah, but still, then after you settled there, there's going to be people that immigrate. For example, Nick Fuentes, he's just he's third or fourth generation.
Yeah, they immigrated.
From both sides. So these Adans are still immigrants, you get me? They're not settlers.
Yeah, they had some... Okay, so there's Anglo-Saxon settlers, right? And there's some German settlers. There's even
Mexicans, for example,
there's a bunch of European settlers, right? And then there's then they came, and so after they built the country, they invited more European immigrants. But they invited their own Qawmiyat. They invited their own race at the end of the day. That's adi for them. So you can't say that now all of a sudden you cannot contest America. Like, oh, this is a land of immigrants. That's something that they made up. You're trying to use their own words against them. They can switch their words at any time.
No. Because let me say something. In America, the whole reason, I'll give you an example, innit? Why I say these guys are a land of immigrants, a land of, what the Americans do is the biggest reason they made their own country is so that they can leave the British and get off the Catholic, the Protestants, to stop being under the Church of England. That's how America got made. They seceded from the British and shit. And the biggest reason is for them to believe in whoever they want to believe in, as in whatever religion that they want to believe in. You get me? As the main reason for them leaving the Church of England. So
was it for Muslims? Was it for Muslims? Was it for Buddhists, Hindus? No, right?
It was for everyone.
It wasn't for everyone. No, it wasn't for everybody.
Made it so that it doesn't be a specific religion.
No, Wallahi, it wasn't for everybody. Wallahi, it was not for everybody. They don't. You think they cared about Hindus?
Because
everybody.
That's
so you think that everybody includes us and Hindus and every Muslim?
Okay, so back in them times there was Jews. There was Jews there.
There's a small number.
So that's a different religion. For example, there was a small minority amount of Muslims that was there. And Dakota right now, there was a Muslim, one of the first immigrants that came through was the Lebanese Muslims, bro.
Adi.
In Dakota, for example, they were allowed their religious freedom under that pretext. Remember that?
Okay, so what is your point? Are you saying that now all the people of Kadan, the mother hold on, bro, wait. Let me just talk, bro. Hold on, wait. So is your point is that now America, that anybody can immigrate there? That all the races, it belongs to everybody? It belongs to the whole world?
Yeah, it's the new world. It's the new world. Yes, it's the new world, bro.
But does it belong to the whole world?
Does it belong to the whole world? No, it doesn't, because it's its own country.
Who does it belong? Can African? Can we come here without?
Specific. No. What I'm saying is it's not one specific ethnic language. It's like, let's say UK. I would agree with you to say that England belongs to the English. Scotland belongs to the Scottish. Ireland belongs to the Irish. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm English because I got a passport.
So how is America different?
How is America different? America is different because these guys came yesterday themselves.
They didn't come yesterday.
They came with the models. They came
400 years ago. They came 400 years ago.
They brought slaves with them as well.
So what?
The black slaves.
Okay, so Somali Bantus, do they own Somalia? What are you saying?
No, because Somalia was us. They got bought here. Like, for example, Somalia, we are the indigenous people of that land. Let's say it was Native Americans, and the Native Americans and the Native Americans enslaved, let's say, the white people and the black people and brought them into America. The white person and black person is not the owner of that land, is the Native American. Same way the Mexicans own Texas and southern like California, it's theirs. We can play that game then.
They don't own it. They don't own it today, though.
No, but then we can play that game. You're just you're looking at the lens of the white man, innit?
Bro, that's the lens. No, that's the lens of the reality, bro. So do the Hadood, do they own it now?
Reality's
bro,
changed,
there's no lens though.
Reality's changed. That's the funny thing.
Okay.
What might be normal now is going to be different. The shoe might be on the other foot in the next 50, 60 years.
I didn't say
that's what I'm saying, bro.
Change, but what is it today? Texas, right now in Texas, they did. Mexicans are not. They don't have control over Texas or California.
No, I hear that. You're right. You're right.
So
but then
it doesn't belong to them.
The people.
So obviously, bro. Obviously, this land belongs to white people.
The Mexican American. Wait. The Mexican American that was in California when the Americans took California are still living there. They're just American, but then their ethnicity is Mexican.
Yeah, there is original Pueblo. Yeah, they're Pueblo Americans. Pueblo.
Even they know that. For example, Florida is all Cubans. Cubans as well. They allowed. There was actual Cubans that lived in Florida. And then the Americans allowed the Cubans from the actual Cuban islands to move into Florida because of the connection. They were the only.
The Cubans used to illegally migrate. This is what the Cubans used to do. They used to get on a boat. Hold on, bro. Bro, the Cubans, they will get on a boat, and if they're able to land in Florida, if they're able to touch the beach, then they get to stay. But if they get caught in the waters, they will get sent back. So like they would get. So the laws.
They had an inkling of understanding, that these man, they have a connection to this land. You get me?
No, they don't.
Man.
They did. That was not the reason why they brought in Cuban migrants.
Why did they bring Cuban migrants?
Cubans don't have a connection to Florida, as a matter of fact. They're from Cuba.
That's why it was part of the southern part of Florida. The tip was
Cuba was never part of Florida, though. What are you talking about? The Cubans, the Native Americans and Cubans, and the Latin Hispanics of Cuba, they didn't have ties to Florida.
I'm gonna show you 2 seconds.
They didn't have any ties to Florida, bro. But anyways, look, it was a land
of
white settlers. Yeah, bro, it's an island, bro. How are they gonna have ties with freaking Florida? They don't have nothing to do with Florida. They're an island. That's way in the Caribbean. It's not part of America.
Okay, so it was historically, what you call it? It was historically administered as part of Spanish Empire's Captaincy General of Cuba.
Yeah, the Spanish,
Florida.
They had ownership.
Before they got independence is what I'm talking about. So the same people that lived there were part of that same. You get me?
It's not the same people. The Spanish Empire controlled. Look. The Spanish Empire controlled all of Latin America. It controlled all of South America. It controlled California. It controlled the whole Caribbean, and it controlled Cuba. The people in Peru have nothing to do with the people in Florida. The people in Cuba have nothing to do with the people in Florida.
Yeah, I don't have that much knowledge.
The people in Colombia, they don't have nothing to do with the people in California. None of these people have anything to do with each other. They're all different peoples.
But what about Mexicans and Californians?
Okay, these are even different tribes. These are different tribes, different Mexicans type shit. They're Pueblo American. After America took over, they're not Mexican anymore. They're Pueblo Americans.
So okay, then give me your point then. So what's your point about America? Who owns America right now?
Obviously, America was built by white people, and they've owned it for 400 years, and it's theirs.
Okay, but that's not how we put it. We don't know about white people.
The thing that's changing now is what's changing now is the Jews. Literally, the Jews made the Civil Rights Act, and they made the Immigration Acts, and they're the ones that are bringing all these Hispanics to the country and all these Indians and Asians, so they can remove the white people. They're 200 years ago.
That's called the Great Replacement Theory, man.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. But if that's the Jews, but think about it. If that's the Jews' plan, and the Jews, they literally said that they want to control after they make they do the replacement. they're going to be the only intelligent race left, and they're going to be able to be the overlords. The Jews right now, they're the leaders of the left. They're the intellectual leaders of the left. So
that's just you making, that's just you putting, I feel like that Adams are right to an extent here. They're right to an extent.
Of course they're right,
like
because even for Muslims, we need them to be right.
Wait. Let me say my point.
Jews control. Let me finish my sentence, and you can talk.
Go on, my bro. Jews been going on for a while. Go on.
Yeah, bro, please. Look, if the Jews, if they do their replacement and they take over the West like that, that means a nationalist movement like Nazi Germany would never be able to happen ever again, right? Because the white people are gone. That means the Jews, they're going to have all these different nationalities, and they're going to be able to control them. There's not going to be one unifying thing, you know? They're going to be able to control them. The Jews are going to be in power forever.
I agree with you.
So how are Muslims ever going to win? We're going to have to, at that point, we're going to have to wait for the Mahdi.
But it's not just, the Jews are not just looking at the Adan guy, like, we're making the Adan guy as if he's the main character.
Look, the Jews, that's their parasite.
Let me finish.
The Jews are the parasite. Okay.
But then listen, the white man, the Jews, yeah, they understand, okay, the right now, everything is in the West, but it's going towards the East. So they're causing a lot of conflict within the East right now. For example, Somalia, all these countries, Sudan, all these countries with high resources, Congo, for example, so that all of us leave our countries, so there's less people in the land, and they have better control over the resources, while simultaneously making us the actual, the targets within the West. So the reason why the West is going the way it's going. That's what I believe.
Yeah,
and they're all doing it for the resources in the East.
Of course. Why do you think
the white man is right about the great replacement theory, but then when they make it about them to make it seem like the Jews just wants to change it because they don't want it to be white anymore, it's not the case. Because they know it's going to be majority white anyways, but they're trying to find a reason because the economy in the West is going to shits, bro.
So what are you saying? The great replacement is fake?
No, I believe the great replacement theory is right, but I don't think the Jews are doing it specifically only for the white people.
Then what are they? Of course, they're doing it for themselves.
Because they know, even if the way immigration goes right now, the white people, man, is still going to be the majority, my family. There's just going to be...
No, by 2050, they're not going to be the majority. And if you keep going
in the world, they're not going to be the majority in the world. They're not going to be the majority
even though in their lands. Right now, today, look, in 1990, they were like 80%. Today, they're 60%. They dropped 20% in like 30 years, in like 40 years. So in another 20 years, they're going to be even with the Hispanics. So they're gonna, that's already bad. So if it keeps going further, so at that point they could have a civil war. Now that they're half and half, that's a civil war level. If it goes even further, they're gonna lose control. So I know what you're saying. It's not just for them to destroy white people, of course. But what's their goal? Their goal
is to destroy everyone. Is to destroy the goyim. These men don't differentiate.
Of course, I know, but that's not what I'm arguing. No, but that's not what the argument is. That's of course, that's a given already. As a matter of fact, we can see them in how you said. It's true that they're trying to move away from the West. The West is dying, right? The West is declining. They're trying to move away. We see this in the Abraham Accords with Saudi Arabia and Qatar. All these countries, the Saudis' 2030 vision, NEOM. Israel's going to have capital. All that money is going to get reinvested into Israel. They're putting.
NEOM thing failed, it failed.
No, it's going to keep going. When it's not, who knows if it failed, bro? But they literally just recently said it failed. So the Abraham Accords, bro. Look, the Abraham Accords is basically Israel getting ready to be self-sufficient. So it doesn't need America, but it has its own empire in the Middle East, right? So now it has enough money and it has enough military power. We'll see all the Arab countries defending them. We've seen it in Iran's war that they were taking out all the missiles heading towards Israel. So they already have the empire. So all it needs is more investment from these countries. With Qatar pledged $1 trillion. So what you call it?
Of course.
We see the Abraham. It's not just about the West, but it's not just about the West, but the West is one of the biggest parts of their plan, and it's not something the Muslims can ignore. We can't let them the Jews have control over the West. We just can't. We have to help the white people take over. We have to like.
We need to help.
We have to help, bro. To help ourselves, we have to help the white people.
No one's gonna listen to us.
Listen, bro. Look, our whole Saudi Arabia, all the Gulf countries, all the Sunni countries, they're already falling in line with Israel. So the Muslim countries, they can't help themselves by themselves. You know that. To get that out of your head. Then there's no Mahdi. We can't wait for the Mahdi either. So get that out of your head. Don't ever talk about the Mahdi for the rest of your life until you see him. Wallahi. And unless you're about to see him, there's no point in discussing it. So, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, bro, we can't help ourselves. We have to support these movements in America that want to purge the Jews, nationalist movements, or there's no hope for us.
We're finished, man, as a society, bro.
Do you agree or disagree with what I said?
I agree with you, but I feel like we can't help the white man.
We have to support white nationalist movements that are going to purge the Jews. Movements that want to purge the Jews.
And then the white nationalists wants to purge us as well. We can
deal with that. We can deal with that. As long as they purge the Jews, can we deal with that?
Well, I don't know, bro. I think
wait, you don't know. If they're gonna purge the Jews, right?
Because Hitler tried it. Hold on. You get me?
Okay. Why can't we try it? If they fail, that means you won't get purged.
You think these white people are gonna get into power?
Hold on. Wait. If they fail, you won't get purged, right? So now the only harm is harming trying. If they purge you, is that the only thing you're worried about? If you get deported?
No. My thing is, bro. At the end of the day. Hitler tried it. It didn't work out.
So do you want to not try it? So does that mean never try it?
So how do you think Hitler, before nuclear weapons,
Hitler tried it. Napoleon tried it. Many.
Before, you get me? Hitler, before there was nuclear weapons, Hitler tried it. You get me? Okay. And once the nuclear weapons came in and the Jew made a nuclear weapon, look what happened.
All right. So Jews have to never try again. Are you saying never try to purge Jews again?
It's not going to work this time because...
So, but what are you saying, though? It's not going to work, but are you saying don't try?
These Adans will get bought.
So you're saying don't try because it's not going to work?
These Adans will get bought. Is my whole...
But you don't understand how they're attempting to do it, though.
How do you think they're attempting to do it?
They're trying to infiltrate. They're trying to, slowly do it. Anyway, just like Hitler did it, to be honest. Like, if you actually study Hitler and how he came to power, it's magnificent.
But the MAGA is going to be like that. They thought the MAGA is going to be like that.
And it's repeatable. And if you look at the way Hitler got power, it's repeatable. You can
listen to how MAGA tried it.
Exactly, MAGA tried it. Exactly, MAGA got infiltrated by the Jews because it was already started. Trump was already working. Trump's the one that created MAGA. Trump was already working for them from the beginning. So, but that's why America First under Nick Fuentes is here to replace MAGA. So they're trying to subvert MAGA, right? Nick Fuentes, America First, is trying to it's a tug of war for the heart of the conservatives, the heart of the Christians, of the white man. So this side, they're trying to reform it. They're trying to purge the Jews. So we should support them, right? You see, MAGA is trying to subvert it. That's what even the
yeah, but I feel like once they get into power, they just follow the line, innit? Because the elites are
follow what line? Once they get into power, what?
You should never basically put your eggs in the kafir, bro. The kufr always double kafir, bro.
All right, okay, but what's the alternative? Is there an alternative?
The Muslims to get stronger.
You're saying don't support. So are you saying don't support these white nationalists? Because you don't know what they're gonna do.
You're just gonna sit back and watch.
But there is no sit back and watch because they're losing. Because then that means the what?
You man, give me back.
He said sit back and watch. That's how we've been failing the whole time because we're not acting. Rashid, you heard that? Sit back, Fox. You're here, right? Sit back and watch. How is that a good plan? That's what we've been doing We're not even sitting back and watching. We're actually just underneath the Jews, under the left. Yeah. Fox.
Mm.
Did you have you came up? Did you have something to say?
Not really. I just wanted to say hi,
Okay. Rashid, in the comments, you have anything to say?
What is this room about? Muslims are so brainwashed by Jews, no hope.
Are you Muslim?
No.
Are you a Jew?
No.
Do you like Jews?
Not really.
Okay. That's a good sir. Do you believe what the Jews say about Hitler?
What do they say about Hitler?
That he killed 6 million of them?
Mm-hmm. 6 million?
Do you believe in the Holocaust?
I don't know. I mean, I just read it, you know. I don't know if I believe it or not, to be honest. Just read it in history period, you know, history class.
Alright. I guess
You never know what really happened, though. Do we actually know what really happened, though? No. It could be 1 million, 2 million, you know.
Are you Christian?
No.
What are you? You're nothing? You're a Hindu?
Yeah.
You're Indian?
Yeah.
Where? So you believe in like Krishna?
Yeah.
Do you eat beef?
No.
Do you eat pork?
No.
You don't eat any meat.
I do eat, like...
Chicken?
Yeah, but...
Why do you eat chicken but not anything else?
It's a sin to eat anything else.
Is it a sin to eat chicken?
It is, but it's also a bigger sin to eat beef or pork.
Were you born in India?
Yeah.
Where do you live now?
In India, bro.
You live in India?
Yeah.
Why do you have a American accent?
I lived in the States for a while.
Speak Indian.
What do you want? What, you want some proof that I'm Indian now, huh?
Yeah, just speak a sentence in Indian.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, bro, but I can't speak, okay?
Bro, speak some fucking Hindu, bro. You live in India, right?
What do you want me to say?
Say hi.
Namaste.
Fuck you, bro. You're not fucking Indian. Why are you lying? You don't even sound Indian. You sound like you're black, if anything.
Mexican. Shit, I sound black. But...
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, man. I gotta go, Rashid. There's no feedback. The intelligence is leaving.
Happened. I'm lagging a lot.
Who are you, Am?
Bro, he left?
I kicked him, bro.
Kicked him why?
Are you his friend?
Why you kicked him?
Because you guys are freaking dumb. Why you?
He's really Indian. He's not joking.
Yeah, that's all. I'll even kick him for being Indian. Are you Indian?
It's not funny, bro. I'm not Indian. Damn.
And then who is this figure?
was messy. But let me say this: I really do F with the red letters from Canon because, and I'm gonna end with this.
Yo was in the gulag the whole time analyzing before she came to the stage.
Oh, like, well, at the end of the day, it's like, I'm the son of Adam, you get it? And obviously I've sinned, you get it? So it's like, I repent for my sins. But at the end of the day,
anybody else. And I accept like people like talking shit about me and saying all the stuff that they say about me. Like I have millions of people saying the worst of the worst. I just want you to know, like it seems like you're Jewish, that like I condemn violence against Jews, against anybody, and I would never want that for anybody.
So I do want to, say for.
They don't want to hear you. Come on back home.
The mic went off. I'm so sorry. I'm right here. No, I was saying that we're kind of deep diving tonight. We're kind of in the paint. We're in the end zone. We're getting ready to get the touchdown. We're right there, but we've got to be. And I was saying that I think I heard Miss Stephanie say, and you needed to. I was saying that I was being super transparent tonight. And I make no apologies for that.
The point that made me, kind of, upset was how everything was politicized. And, in my district, my opponent literally told me to my face, oh, you condone anti-Semitism, when in actuality, just today, I was at a synagogue. I was not at Mass, praying the rosary. I was with my community because if I'm going to be honest and perfectly clear, I feel more at home with the Jewish community than I do my own damn religion. And so, the heartbreaking thing is, Nora, is that, we've seen time and time again that whenever we bring ideas to the table, whether if it's, something about religion, if it's about politics, it doesn't matter the conversation. Because I think right now, as a Hispanic Republican male, I can tell you up front, what I've witnessed is in the four-house minority, which is the Democratic Party. I don't know if you're aware, but we have no language for our Hispanic community.
Excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which